Okay. Okay. So today I'm going to work on the thing. And I'm going to go back to the documentationing that was happening last night. And we'll try to finish this off. Shouldn't be too hard. Okay. We actually... The point of this was to do addresses, though. And the assertions all work. So we're just doing how to pass parameters to modules. Deduplication of modules is kind of fussy right now. However, deduplication of modules is fussy right now. Normally, when you call, let's just say the reason is the compiler doesn't know what the module parameters look like until after it has imported a module, but the point is to avoid importing extra modules because that, and then throwing them away because that would, be very slow and also would cause side effects to happen that you probably don't want, like run directives running many times. So deduplication happens solely by looking at the module parameters that you provide in the import and matching them up. Any other import with an identical parameter list will be deduplicated import parameter list will be deduplicated, but if the import parameter list is different, even if the resulting it will not, even if the resulting parameters are the same. Here's an example. Um, you know what? I want to do the better version of this. So I did a version last night. We had this whole stream last night where I was starting to do this super complicated version. And then I was like, eh. And then I was like, eh. And then I was like, okay, I don't want to do the super complicated version because it's going to be really complicated and that makes my life hard. And it also is going to introduce a lot of bugs for a while. And we just didn't need that level of system complexity. Maybe we will do that eventually. So I did a thing that works as I am currently describing. And I did that late last night after the stream. And that works for what it is. But then I'm like, what if we said something different? To make the deduplicate, so what I was about to do was type an example where it's like, hey, here's a parameter list. And, it supplies a parameter that matches a default value of the module or something. And that's not very good. It's not very good to have the result of that be unintuitive. So I don't like that. On the other hand, I kind of have bigger problems to solve right now. So, okay, one tactic I could do is just leave it the way it is and document that. And upgrade it later. And the other thing I could do is upgrade it now. I feel like I should upgrade it later because I just had an idea for what I should do to upgrade it, but I'm not actually sure that that idea is better. So I'm going to leave it weak sauce right now. And we'll upgrade it in a future beta. Seems very analogous to template instantiation. Maybe. I don't know. Probably not. I mean, we already do our equivalent of template instantiation and it's fine. So, I don't know what C++'s problem is. Okay. Here's an example. Render 4 is import. Put a space here. So I'm going to import rendering with So render 5. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and do this. All right. Yeah. Okay. So honestly, this is pretty weak sauce, and we will want to improve the matching in the future. The problem for now is the full-on, most robust version of this matching would involve adding a lot of complexity to the import, to the compiler's import mechanisms, and we don't want to do that right now. We could invest some effort in making the matching better for the short term. And that might in fact happen in other betas soon, but there would still be cases that should match that don't, and there would be more ambiguity about what works and what doesn't. For now, it seems simplest to use the rule that identical parameter lists match, other things don't. It's very understandable. On the other hand, this doesn't necessarily help the author of a main program coordinate with authors of modules in terms of sharing common submodules. But that'll get fixed eventually. Okay, that's just the situation right now, as far as I know. I said, but it doesn't twice. Oh. Okay, yeah, see, I don't like this because it's complicated, but Yeah, I might just have to do. I might just have to do the complicated version of this soon. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I would rather fix bugs that deliver value to the people in the short term. How do you handle cases where the enum's definition depends on another module parameter? You don't make that. That's not a thing. I don't even know. Yeah, like it's very hard to even think why you would need that. Why can't the parameters just be sorted? Because fuck you. No, because look, that's what I was saying is like some of these, it's just not that easy. Because you don't know what the module's parameter list is, right? So like, yes, I can write a solver that'll match this versus, that'll match this versus render 2. Great. That's matchable. But like I said, it makes it more complicated, and then you don't know what works and what doesn't. Because like, what if I decide not to use a name here? Then that matcher can't be invoked because I don't know which parameter this maps to because I don't know what the arguments are, right? Like why can't you just make the best thing in one day with no problems? It's like, well, because no, you guys don't. If you're saying, oh, just put it in a hash map, you don't understand the problem. Sorry. Okay. Using backward compat to change what flags are. No, you can't do that. That's not a thing. Disallow all the hard stuff at a language level. Yeah, I mean, what I could do, I could get super draconian about it and say, you have to put the parameters in exactly the order and either all use names or never use names, right? Like I could degrade it to the level of C function calls, and then we kind of don't have a problem. That would be one approach. Can I briefly explain the problem? I don't know. I'm kind of not in the mood because the questions are getting, the questions are tilting me at this point. That's just what happens sometimes. Okay, I explain here in the comment, like what about the giant comment that I just typed does not explain the actual problem? Maybe I'll put it over here so that the camera doesn't, like I literally just explained in a comment. The problem is we're calling something, right, with the full calling convention of the language, which involves giving parameters out of order if you use names, or, you know, not using names sometimes, possibly having variable arguments, right? Possibly like doing all sorts of things, but we can't actually see the type definition of the parameters. We can only see the parameters that you called with, unless we do something massively complicated, which we probably will end up doing, but I'm avoiding for now. Person asking that probably did not read the comment. Dude, like 20 people have been asking the same thing. It's super aggravating. This is why I go long periods of time without streaming sometimes. Yeah, it's like, look, I could do something to make matching better for now, but that's stupid if I'm just going to do the more complicated thing later, right? So I kind of don't want to bother, is what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. I'm just trying to do something where you can get by if you're writing your program. There's a correct answer to how to make this happen, and you know what it is, and it's not that complicated. It is annoying that you have to think about it at all, right? And that's the part to get rid of. Okay. So that's a thing. Now, let's talk about program parameters. Do you envision importing dozens of variations of the same module? Well, I mean, you redundantly import modules all the time. Like every frickin' submodule imports BASIC, and a lot of them import math and whatever, right? Now those don't happen to have module parameters lists, so you don't have the problem there. But let's say you just give some parameters to BASIC, right? What happens now? Okay. Now let's talk about program parameters. The directive has two parameter lists, actually. The rendering module here uses only the first parameter list. Which if you want, the running module here uses only the first parameter list. The second is optional. Okay, this second parameter list the second list designates the program parameters which are settable by your main program once, and all submodules use them. Use those values for the parameters. Modules basic has some program parameters to control. What does it have? To control memory debugging and whether asserts are enabled. You can set these on a whole program basis. And okay, let me okay, so we could say import basic trying to figure out how to make this example and have it not be tremendously convoluted. Like, okay, I want to use something like basic because like this is a thing that people should know how to do for their release build, and also because you want to turn assertions off for a release build. But also, like, for the purposes of this standalone example, I don't want to have to make another module with a submodule with whatever the hell, right? So like if I use an existing module, it makes this example program simpler. How do you handle forward declarations in comparison to C++? No, it's like it's a whole. It's like its own thing, like David S. Pumpkins. You can't. This compiler does not work the way a C compiler does. You can't think about it that way at all. There aren't passes. It's just a different thing. What if names were aliases to defaults? What does that even mean? All right. So do I like what I'm typing here? GPT. Yeah, that's what I think is going on. Okay. There's two problems with this. So one is actually, okay, we could have enable assert as false. All right. You could already sort of turn assertions off by setting the assertion failed. What is it called? Context assertion failed by setting context.assertion failed to a procedure that does nothing, but this still carries a significant runtime cost since your program is still calling the assert function all the time. So enable assert equals false causes the assert procedure, it's a procedure, assert procedure to be redefined as an empty macro, which then means your program won't do any work, which may be what you want for a release build. Okay. So because this is a program parameter, it controls all imports of BASIC throughout the entire program. our rendering module imports basic, and it has an assertion inside it that would fail if it were enabled. You can change enable assert above to true in order to see this happen. Like render one, call some procedure that asserts. Okay. Okay, so we need to make that, so rendering. Okay, so okay. Uh-oh. Okay, well that broke. For some reason, oh God, our parameter lists are not. Okay, so the deduplication thing, I think the deduplication thing that I did last night is not actually working for this case with basic. Because when you do an add context, so if you import a module more than once that has an add context, that's not going to work, right? Because it uses a globally unique name. That's another thing that we could think about sometime, how to improve, but I do not have a good answer for that at this time. So Why is that happening? Well, okay, so we have this. All right. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna push pause and be back. Okay. Okay. We see all the great things that chat has been talking about. Oh God, it's the IDE argument. Okay. Just people talking about how IDEs are amazing and indispensable. I don't know. I just saw a little bit of that. Redeclarations always errors? Yes, unless they're overloads. How can they not, like, what would your program compile to if they weren't errors? All right, so anyway, I just wanted to make I just wanted to make a thing here for this, and then we could do this and just figure out what's going on. That might not have been the best place to put the breakpoint, actually, but we'll try it. Oh, come on. God damn it. I never... These error messages are so bad. What is the type of this thing? Okay. I guess I could do that. Fuck you. Okay. We have this. I don't know why we have that particular overload, but there we go. All right. How does one know they are in the kiddie pool and what one can do out there to do better things? I mean, if you look around at other software, ask yourself, can I do that or not? Like, do I know how to program that? Or is it completely beyond me, right? So like, again, video games, we could use that as an example. Look at some video for the PlayStation 5, right? And look at some game, or just go on twitch.tv to one of the gamers and look at the game they're playing and just say, could I program that game? Or do I have completely no idea how that works? Right. I mean, that's the thing is, and that doesn't mean that you could do it quickly. Like if I were to sit down and try to make Call of Duty Warzone by myself, it would take a very, 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 very long time. Right. But I could do it. Like, I know how to make everything in that game. I also know how to make everything in a web browser, right? Or whatever. I know how to make probably everything in an operating system. I mean, I would definitely be reading CPU. I'm by no means an operating system expert. It would take me a lot longer to make an operating system than somebody who is an operating system expert. But I know the concepts, the ones that I'm rusty on, like I know where to look to get unrusty. Like I could just sit down and do it, right? So like, if you don't have a feel for those things, well, okay. I mean, there's two things. One is it just means that those are domains you don't understand. Now, it might be that if you went and looked into those, they would be simpler domains and you don't really need to understand them, right? But it might be, and you can't know every domain, right? That's the other thing is like there's too many like subdomains in the universe for you to be able to say that about every one. But if you see software that seems to be doing something really interesting, it's maybe worth stopping and thinking about that, right? And so maybe you go look into it and it's trivial and it's no big deal, but maybe you go look into it and it's like, oh, I literally have no idea how to make a computer do that. Operating system is a lot easier than a 3D game. I suspect that's true. Yeah, I suspect that's true. But I don't know for sure. Wait, what? Oh, because that was the first. Hold on. We want workspace 2. Are we just not running with the correct arguments? Oh, yeah, because we're not in the right folder. I was like, where's the thing we're looking for? Okay. So we want workspace handle 2. There we go. So rendering versus first. Okay. So CA and CB. CA is something. CB is also something. CA has 0. CB has 0. Great. So it says they match. Which, let me just make sure. All right. Now we're here again in matrix. Right, because we imported basic. Okay. Or we imported math. And math imports basic. I don't know why that's in the file matrix. We should go look at that. But this is probably not going to match, maybe, because, yeah, okay. The problem is if you don't list any parameters that doesn't match to empty parameter list, and you have to put empty parameter list. Okay, this is fine. why is this importing basic, right? Like, we already frickin' do that. Okay, better. Let's make that a tiny change. Modules math only imports basic once instead of twice. Okay. So here's the thing to do. We're going to say if it has 0 arguments, we're going to map it to null. Okay. There we go. That's debug build compiler. Debug. Oops. Oh. Rookie mistake. All right. So that's great. This works now. Let's go to rendering. If we get here, the assert did not do anything. Print, the assertion did not fire. We survived, exclamation point. Okay. Great. Now, if I go back to here and change this to enable assert, then assertion failed. There you go. That is value that we're about to deliver to the people. Because someone asked me about this a few weeks ago. They were like, how do I turn off assert for real? And I was like, well, haven't figured that out yet, but it's in there now. Let's get rid of this. You think chat could really use some advice on how to succeed in the games industry? If you want to succeed in the games industry, do not watch twitch.tv, and especially do not type in Twitch chat. Okay? Holy cow. Like, what are you even doing? Can I give you some good resources to start graphics programming? Yes. Okay. I will refer you to an amazing resource that I never had when I started graphics programming. It is called The Internet, and it will tell you all about graphics programming. The internet includes us. Okay. Okay. I mean, the internet did exist when I was learning graphics programming, but like it didn't have if you wanted information on something like how to render graphics, you got that from a book or a magazine. What is the link for the internet? I don't know, actually. What is the link for the internet? Okay. I think we're going to be able to finish this example for now. You can use module and program parameters in the same module, though our example here did not do that. It is an interesting thing for you to try. If you want to add parameters, how do you know whether to make them module or program parameters? That's a good question. It's just a judgment call. You think about whether a programmer would want to control this property globally through the entire program, or whether it would be a mess to try to get a bunch of modules to coordinate on a common value for that. Or whether they naturally would want. In that case, it should be a program. Or if instead modules naturally would want. This sounds very repetitive, but whatever. And okay, some of these notes that I made about what to do. Yeah, we did this. Because program parameters are global to the program, you can only supply them once. And the import that provides the program parameters has to happen before any other import of that same module. Otherwise, you would have gotten. Otherwise, it's too late to set them. Okay, these are not my highest quality explanations. Okay. These are indicated by a module parameters directive inside. Okay. That kind of seems like enough to ship this documentation. Aha, I didn't add that file. Okay. We'll put this back in the tests. We're going to make sure it runs in the tests. Whoops. Can you provide a module as a module parameter? To swap out a module that parses a data format that has the same API. Yeah, you should be able to do that. I haven't actually tried that yet, but that should in principle work. Oh yeah, we don't have that because we can't frickin', okay. All right. Okay, so I feel like we have something here that does this. How to 380 module parameters. Actually, wait. We don't need that. We just need why does this take a path? Oh, that okay. Yes, the compiler. Duh. Source path is how does this fucking function? Okay, we abuse the backend parameter. The entire point of this thing is to run programs. You can't pass parameters. Fucking, I'm gonna have an aneurysm here. Oh, options. Oh, there is. Ah, so this is an abuse then. Oh, no, that's user level options. Fuck. All right, here we go. Okay. Have I ever tried building any hardware? No. I mean, I did really simple Radio Shack stuff when I was a kid, right? But not like actual things. Okay. So all right. Really, I never did that? Can only declare one vararg's argument per procedure. I guess I never did that. Well, this is our case when we wanted fucking multiple varargs and we can't do it. Um, they are the same type. How would it work? You just use the name. It's fine. It's totally easy. Okay, so we're just going to do this. All right. Oh yeah, because this one, this false is actually run in bytecode. That's actually not a good error message there. Okay. Backend is not optional. Okay, so now I had somewhere else that did -no CWD. Wait. Oh no, that's the same one. All right, okay. Blah, blah, blah. Type wanted 0 string. What? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, those are not the same. Boy, just this simple change sure taken me a while. Why is that? Why is that a... Yeah. Guys, my brain doesn't see things. Okay, finally. Finally. How much value will this change deliver to people? This beta as a whole will deliver. This is not a forward-looking financial advice. This contains forward-looking statements that are not financial advice. But this beta is delivering substantial value to the people, yes. Substantial value to the people. Okay, so we finally managed to run that test. Yay. I kind of want to do multiple varargs now, but I'm not going to do it right now. It actually would be pretty easy to do these days. It's just not there right now. How can you get some value? Pound define value 7. Okay. Here we go. Let's make sure that still works. Okay. Do. Is there a performance benefit to multiple varargs? Not super much. It's just more terse. Like, I mean, here I'm using the default. I could easily use temporary allocator here if I want to. In fact, no, we could do that. And then that would be about as fast. I mean, the varargs basically makes an array, but it makes it on the stack, which is going to be faster than making an array somewhere that's not on the stack. But if you're making an array like in temporary storage, it's not necessarily that much faster. Here, I'm being super lazy, right? Like I'm making an expandable array. I'm calling functions to put items in the array. I could have just said 2 strings and put these in, right? It's just this is more flexible for purposes of editing the code, but it's also produces more output code, right? Whereas varargs wouldn't do that. The varargs like knows how many there are and just puts them in. Okay. Let's check for no check-ins. All right, so I'm going to say well, we finished in kind of air quotes because we're going to have to edit that later. Oh no, change log. Oh, somebody made a change. Oh no. Apparently some dwarf debug info things were fixed. All right. Great. Look at all the value. Look at all the value. Okay. So boy, getting really close to time to ship this beta. Thought we were going to ship it last night, but that's okay. We'll ship it today. So there's this thread ordering thing, but like I kind of was just doing very explainy example code, and my brain didn't seem to want to do that right now. So instead, we could work on delivering other flavors of value to the people, like fixing a bug that was reported. Wait, why is this not? Okay. Okay, so let's try the, let's put it in a different file. Okay, look at that. Calling a function with a bad signature. LLVM backend does not like this. x64 thinks it's fine. Fuck LLVM, honestly. Let's see. Maybe it's not actually LLVM's fault. It could be. So sometimes the LLVM backend gets picky about things that really are wrong that the x64 backend isn't picky about. But it's probably our LLVM backend doing something wrong or something. Let's just find out before we speculate. Okay. Boy, it's like a Java program here. Okay, so this is a call with 5 arguments. What? Why is there 5 arguments? Oh, because it's got defaults. Wait. Oh, here. So info argument says 3. Ccall is false. Why the fuck is it 5? Oh, because of the return values, right? So this is probably, let's make sure we know, it's got to be this table add, right? But, so 3 arguments, 1 return? Why do we have 5, bro? Okay, calling site is in hash table, known lambda is table add. Okay, so WTF. Okay. So I'm not sure where number 5 comes from. Let's just, let's break here. Okay, so we have 1 return. 4 args. Wait, what? So the problem already happened. Okay, let's just step through the whole thing. Not even paying attention to what all this junk is. Oh, because context counts as one of the arguments in LLVM here. Probably. That's why. Right, okay, that's why. So we have 3 We have 3 arguments here. All right. Can we tell which argument it's unhappy about? Dude, what the fuck is this? Like, how am I supposed to do anything with this? These people are so fired. Like, I can't see anything. I can't step into anything here. Like, fucking seriously. This is why I hate absolutely everything to do with LLVM. Like, they literally do not care about how usable it is. Does it have to be this way to interface with LLVM? I don't know. Can you interface with LLVM without using the interface to LLVM? It's got to be the empty struct, right? Let me just make sure that it's not something... Dude, like, I can't work with this. Okay, that still breaks. So that takes a little bit of randomness out. What is it not going to like about this? Okay, if I put an int there, it'll be fine, right? Yeah. So it either doesn't like this argument, or it doesn't like the return value, which is a pointer to probably empty struct, right? Okay, here's how we can determine this. Let's say table add doesn't return anything. This might be a disaster for now. No check-in, right? Fuck. We're just not gonna... All right. Okay. Still does it. Right? Did we, if I just put a syntax error? Yeah, so we're definitely using that. So it's not the return value. If I run this again, it's at least not solely the return value, right? So here we're back at like args is going to be 4. Yeah. Because there's no return value. So it literally just doesn't like the empty struct. Whatever we are giving it for the empty struct, it doesn't deal with. So this is going to be, we can step through it, but it's going to be like whatever the stack alokas is. Oh, come on. Oh, because the site changed. What did we check here? Info calling site. Here we go. The recommended approach is to output LVIR in textual form using printf or something. That is the first thing that I did, and it was horrible because if you make a mistake, the tools just crash and tell you nothing. And that's even worse. And then even if you get it working, it's super slow. So like, fuck all of that. Are empty structs valid in C? I don't know. They are a byte long. Well, in this case, it shouldn't matter because we should just be passing it a frickin' pointer anyway. Whoops, that was the wrong one. Okay, we're going to get rid of this one. We're going to go down to the args. Going to set that. Okay, so that's 1, 2, and it's this one. Create load. This is so fucking... I'm not going to be able to figure out what to do with this at all. Fuck. Okay. It is a pointer to a struct. Maybe it just doesn't like... Maybe this has nothing to do with a call. Like, what happens if I do this? Should be valid. Well. Okay, that works. And that should be 0. Oh. Yeah. So, okay. We are artificially in LLVM making the allocation at least 1 byte, which is dumb. We're not doing that in x64. This is actually, I don't like that. It's really not correct. We will live with it for now. But like something is probably... There's probably some hack in the LLVM backend code file here that's doing that. That is not active when it's like a pointer to something. Like, why are we saying pointer to struct anyway? We do not want LLVM to do type checking here. It's garbage. We don't want it. We would prefer for it to just be pointer to void. So like, I'm not sure how we end up with a pointer to struct type. And just like in my own code, I can say, hey, where did that pointer construct and set a breakpoint. In the LLVM interface, I have no idea how to do that. And it's probably not possible because they are assholes. But yeah, we're giving LLVM, hey, it's a pointer to this actual struct type. I don't think we should give it that much information because I don't think it can be trusted with that much information. I think we should just say it's a pointer to void or whatever. Clearly, it can't be trusted with that much information because it can't handle an empty struct, which, if you can't do that, what are you doing? Okay. So what I could do is break. So way up, when we go here, there's probably a thing. Yes, this is probably, because remember, this is number 21 or whatever, 21. This is what sets that. So we could say, this is the thing that should make that pointer. Oh, really? Maybe it's already set because it had an if not initialized. Okay, what? Why are we not hitting any breakpoints now? Oh, because did I not change the file back? yeah. Actually, frickin' frackin'. Okay, so okay, finally. So this should be pointer to struct in our type system, type definition, pointer to, no. Wait, this is void. Maybe that's why it's complaining. Or maybe think, let's just make sure. Let's make sure it's really 21. It probably is, but because I changed the program and changed it back, and that's a good way to get confused. So how did I know the 21? I guess I had the type here, right? So this again is not a pointer, but it is a struct. Wait, what? Empty struct. Okay, so like, what's the deal here? Eight 858-995-7270. 858-995-7270. Going to look at the 25 things, and number 21 is type definition of void. Wait, what? Okay. I guess that's the problem. Is that these two types don't match. Which actually they do. Like, as far as we are concerned in our own type system, right? It's fine. Because passing a void... Actually, no, it's not fine. Except it is. Except it's not... Okay, so down here, this one is coming from... Like, I still understand... So this has given type I see. So this given type is not the register type. This was filled out at a different time. So maybe I should just fix that. Okay, what should actually happen here? What's happening is we're saying, hey, this code this code wants a reference to an empty struct because we pass structs by reference always. I guess I'm dying of COVID now because my code is not good. Okay. A reference to an empty struct. I'm going to have some hot tea to mix things up. A reference to an empty struct, you're not supposed to be able to use that as an address of anything. And you can't dereference it. So what we're kind of doing is saying, oh, that's nothing, right? That's void. And we do not attempt to type check on the back end because we do not give a shit. We know that that can't result in anything. LLVM is complaining about that. And this is another minor variant on all the ways. Like if you read all the propaganda about LLVM, they're like, LLVM is great because we have an extensive type system which lets you do ting-tanglers on all your value numbers. And it's like, no, that's actually terrible, guys. Because like the point of it is to be a low-level system, right? People with totally different type systems than yours need to map onto you, which is very, very difficult if you have a Byzantine high-level type system, right? So I'm sure almost everybody who uses LLVM gives them heavily erased types. So this is a case when that's not happening. So do I put a little hack into the LLVM backend to detect this case? Like, do I decide that we are correct here and quote fix unquote LLVM, or do I change our output? And I'm not sure what's the right answer. Let me think about that for a minute. It probably tries to treat the empty struct as a big argument. No, all structs are passed by reference. So the deal is the procedure says, hey, this is a pointer to an empty struct. And then the register that we give it is void, which is correct as far as we are concerned, right? Like, as far as we are concerned, that's an optimization because we don't actually have to like assign storage to anything. But LLVM is not happy with that idea. It wants us to give it a pointer to a struct. Which I get. I mean, I'm not sure I care too much either way. Like, we could change what we do in this case. The question is just how annoying is that? If that's very complicated for us to make that change, maybe I'd rather not do it. They have issues where LLVM does X because Clang wants X. Yeah, like this really is not quite a language neutral backend. It is very, very much, LLVM is very, very much a C++, modern C++ compiler backend that you also can kind of use on other programming languages. Kind of is what it is. Um, I mean, propaganda is bad when its whole point is trying to convince you that something bad is good. So, okay, I'm going to warm up some tea water while I think for a second. Any on topic questions that people have about this? What are the use cases of empty property structs? I don't know what you mean by property. That sounds like a C# thing. Like, look, if the user can define an empty struct in your programming language, you need to handle that. That's just a thing that a language needs to be able to do. Shouldn't storing void into empty struct on the stack also trip LLVM? Well, we didn't ever do that. I just took pointers to it. So one thing we could do is try that, right? We could say, like S equals T and see what happens. That may or may not work. If there's like a special stack hack, it may work anyway. Let's see. Oh, that's x64. Yeah. Okay. Well, that works for some reason. But again, it seems to think that the stack size is 1 in this case. So in this case, we probably don't put void. What I should do is maybe look at what we do for procedure calls and see where the void comes from and decide whether it's annoying to change that or not. Maybe. If I call this table add table 0s, that's probably the same thing. Let's see. it's more difficult to refine a video game or a compiler, video game. A video game's harder. Yes, making a game is way harder than making a programming language. Absolutely. A good game? Well, I mean, it could also be a good or bad programming language, right? Making a very low effort programming language that barely does anything is not that hard. You don't see what makes it propaganda? What makes it propaganda is like because belief in the thing is not based in reality, it's based in the fact that the thing is your thing, therefore you think it's good, therefore you want people to think it's good, right? It's based on promoting the thing regardless of the goodness or badness of the thing. Okay. As soon as my tea steeps, we're going to go back into this. So what I could do is just look at this thing and just see where the void comes from, because it's possible that it's not very intentional and just kind of happens. So I could say line 8, and that might get some false positives for a bit, but we can eventually... Nope. What's the right one? Okay. So you meant hardened procedure call. Oh, now we're hardened. So we're just going to go blast through the first 2 arguments because we know it's the third one. Okay. So argdefn, this is going to be pointer to struct. Right? Oh no, just struct, not pointer to struct, because it's by value. Maybe that's why... Let's just see. argument list, emit expression, it. So this it is just going to be struct literal. But we also know that in the non-literal case, this did the same thing. Whoops. I just skipped past the part that I wanted. Let's go there again. Well, okay. Let's just set a breakpoint here again. Okay, so site arrow S is this. Okay, so we're looking into the emit expression. It's a emit literal. Number flags. Find or emit lee. Okay, this is probably the thing that's returning void. And we're not going to find one. Yeah. This is fine. Is this number 21? What is this? Oh, the 21 might have changed because we screwed around with the program. Although, no, it's about the same. $21 is like way late. How? Okay, this is what I don't get. How did we end up with 21? I mean, 24 is the highest number, so 21 is pretty close to the highest number that there is. Now, yeah, now I'm confused. Okay, so I guess we could check, like, do we have like current lambda? We could check current lambda when we emit 21. Because like I expected to step down into the call and see that register getting allocated, and I do not see that. So I'm like, what? All right, so I'm just going to go back to the LVM part where we barf, and again, we had like info. And it's 21. Yeah, so we need to know where the hell 21 is coming from for this lambda. So here, So we're going to do that. We're going to return result, but I'm going to break here if current lambda s is equal to whatever this is, and result is 21, right? Here we go. Where is this? We're in emit hardened procedure call. Wait, what? Oh. Right, okay. This is the complication that I did not think of. Table add is polymorphic, right? So when we call this for a particular type, it causes this to get compiled. And so, and that's calls table expand. So it's like this one. So we are dereferencing an element of a struct. Entry. Okay, let me show you the hash entry. So we have a hash table. Here's a struct. All right. And when our value type in the hash table is an empty struct, then value will be something of size 0. So what's really going on is we're dereferencing something of size 0 off of a thing. So if I go back to our sample program, I could maybe do this. I could maybe make a struct called Eric Holder. Right? And say there's one of these, and then say s is h.s. That probably makes LLVM barf without any of the hash table stuff. No. Damn it, bro. Oh, because it has to be a function. I just want to simplify it and get rid of all the hash table. Of course, that'll mean all our breakpoints are messed up, but whatever. F of h.s, right? There we go. Okay, this is great for some definition of great because we get rid of all the hash table import everything. Now we can step into this procedure call. And I mean, we can get rid of basic as well, right? We don't need anything to repro this. That is good. How much work would it be to write another native backend for ARM? It's not too bad. The question is, once we start adding optimizations, doing a good job of optimization on both platforms, that's a bigger question. But for what we do right now, which is just like pooping out some machine language, it's not that hard. What kind of hash table is table? It is a, it's just one of the flat array ones where when you don't find your entry, you step by some amount. However, let me see, where's table find? Table find, as I passed it, table find. Oh, table find pointer. Oh, we literally just go to the next entry right now, okay? So that's actually not good because you get birthday paradox problems. What we should do is have like a different relatively prime number per table entry or frickin' something. Like, I don't exactly know. Like, but what you want is that if two different things start colliding, you want them to increment by different indices so that they don't continue to dogpile. And we don't do that, but you know. Do you actually need the holder struct to repro, or is it just it is not the function call, because if we do this, I believe this didn't die. Yeah. So it's literally, it's about getting it off the holder, right? I could try this. What if it's a global? That's fine too. Yeah, so it's literally, it's the dereference on the holder where we're returning a register of type void in that case. Which, you know, honestly is probably not the best thing because we're allocating the register anyway. So why are we type voiding it? I'm not sure. All right. So let's do that. Let's look at that. Line 9. Okay, wait. No, 13. My cursor was on line 9, which was not the right place. Gonna have to delete some of these other things. Okay. So we got a procedure expression. Oh yeah. We actually want this. So this is going to be a dereference. So it's going to be a binary operator, right? It's going to be struct dereference. Okay. So we say, this is actually a relatively new change. We say like, look, this isn't a thing that you're trying to do here. How does that get mapped to 21? I'm not sure. But anyway, so we return -1 from the binary operator. Right? Result should still be -1, yes. Oh, well here we just say right here, type def void. If we get a -1. That's, yeah, I should have just read the code. Remember how I say sometimes I don't read the code, sometimes I don't read the code. Really, okay, we'll just be more specific about the type here. So the thing is, okay, we're going to be giving LLVM an uninitialized value, which is probably UB according to LLVM. But you can't use it for anything, so it's probably fine, except that LLVM is allowed to launch the nukes and destroy the world when you do this, so I don't know what to say about any of that. Allowed okay, so allocate output register. Okay. Oh, actually, it can't. Okay, let's just say oh, it's not. I think it's general pointer now. Okay, so oh, that's release. There we go. There we go. Let's go back to the code given to us by the beta tester. Verbatim. There we go. Okay. I'm not thrilled about that because there might be some other cases that cause this to happen. What if we say assert let's just see. Let's run all our tests and see if any of them trip that assertion. I'm explaining the problem to the tester. Calling a function with a zero size struct that is a member of another struct, which ends up happening in the table expand function that gets generated here. Oh, interesting. Our own code doesn't like this. Wait, the assert didn't go off. What? Okay, so here, oh, no. This is breaking because I changed table add to not have a return value. Remember that? La, 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 la. I was like, wait, how could that possibly be a consequence of what we did? And it can't. Well, not of that. Yeah, okay. Okay, how did we get that far? Nobody else cares about that return value. There we go. There we go. Run it again. Run it back. Okay, done with that explanation. What would my opinion be if U.S. federal law required state elections to use open source voting software? I mean, it depends what you mean by open source. If you mean anyone can contribute, no, I don't like that. If you mean the source code should be readable by everyone, yes, obviously. Of course, you shouldn't have closed source voting software. Are you nuts? Are we going to be monetized in any way, or will it be free? If you give me $1 million right now, it will be monetized. Okay. Where? You know what? I told the beta tester maybe we'll ship this tonight, but I think we could ship it in the next hour. We could really deliver some value to the people if I just crank. Right? Let's run release tests and then we'll check that in. What release LVM tests? Because we did actually, yes, we should definitely run LVM tests because we changed things that it's grumpy about. Shouldn't have voting software at all. I don't disagree with that necessarily. I mean, I certainly don't understand why voting software is as complicated as it is. Like, dude, it should be super simple, right? It's not doing much. I'm sure that the code for those voting machines is like a fucking million lines, right? Like, why? All right. Here we go. Commit. We fix this. Bam. All right. We definitely should actually put that in the regression tests. I don't want to say MISC because we have a file somewhere else called MISC. How about okay. Okay. So now we're going to run that again. And we'll check that in. Did I do some more UI work on Sokoban? A little bit. I want to do a bit more there soon. And then I also want to start factoring that UI code out for people to use. You know, we already have bindings for Dear ImGUI, but that is not native to this programming language. It's, you know, it's calling out to C. And so you can't really use all the language features on that stuff. And I actually, I want to make it really easy to use GUI stuff in a different way than that. So I kind of want to make a little module that people could use that has all that stuff in it. But of course, it's not like I have anything else to do like all the other things I have to do. But that would be fun. Okay. Here we go. Add a regression test. Okay, I'm going to grab some chocolate. And then we're going to do the last thing before delivering value to the people, which is the thread ordering test, which maybe will be fast. But before we do that, are there any on-topic, super on-topic, brilliant, best question that you've ever asked in your life about what we are doing today, what is going on, etc.? I kind of want another big hot tea, but we're going to leave it at this one. Okay. I do not see any best questions of people's life. Okay. So, well, nope, I don't really see. What happens when an external module uses module parameters? What do you mean by an external module? I don't understand the question. Say you code a UI module for me to use, but you want basic to assert. Okay, you can't do that because I don't like. That is something that the creators of the basic module, which happens to be mostly me, decided that the author of the program controls. You do not get to control that. It's just not up to you. It's like there are certain, and that might sound arbitrary or weird, but it's like, no, like these are things, there are things that you do when you ship software, right? And this is one of those things. It's designed around being able to ship high quality software. The utility of assert is that the person writing the program can control it. If you're starting to say, well, how do I not let the author of the program control assert? That's not very good. Of course, you could always make your own assert function that you don't let people disable. That would work fine. But then people might be annoyed at you. Am I not saving all the VODs? No, I delete a lot of them. That's not new. I've been doing that for a while. Okay. So we did this thing in our thread module where you now can do mutex ordering, which is a way of preventing deadlocks. And we kind of just want to make a simple example to illustrate this. So, well, and also test it because I haven't tested it like at all. Okay, so say STB image is a thing. You need the JPEG module parameters, but I decide that I need PNG. So the way that could work, and so you're saying, well, maybe you import it with parameters that say what code, right? And depending on how the module is architected, you could do two different things. One, is the equivalent to the C version, which is just the author of the program says once through program parameters what code is included, right? And then they just have to set that correctly for everybody who's using it. That would be one way to do it. Another way to do it is have it be a module parameter instead of a program parameter. And in that case, your two submodules, or whoever uses it, main program and one other submodule, would probably end up compiling different versions of STB image, which might be what you want, but might not be what you want, right? It definitely, like, if you end up compiling a lot of the same code twice, that's not good. And if there are like data structures in the data segment that are used by both, right? So this is a sort of thing where like I kind of just want to see how it evolves. Because like, okay, these features are new. We need to see what kind of cases like that come up. Are they well handled by this kind of structure? Or, you know, are there issues, right? So I would say, you know, the exact answer to that question depends on like what the module is really like. And then we just have to see how good those answers are really in practice. Will import with parameters still work? Yes, it does still work. Okay. So in the thread, oh, I'm typing in the wrong window. In the thread module, we have debug set to false, right? And so if we set debug to true, then well, we can do the thing. So do we have examples already? I think we do. Yeah. So we have a thread group example. We're going to add one called mutex order. Let's see what the thread group looks like. Yeah. Okay. In mutex order, we're just going to go. We don't need all this stuff. We're going to want basic thread. That's probably it. Okay. That control whether mutex ordering is checked. Probably the mutex order checking doesn't really work right now because literally I just typed it in, have not checked it at all. Didn't think that hard about it. Okay. Currently the parameter debug, which defaults to false, you can enable debug to when you enable debug, if you checked for, if you assign order numbers, ordinals, right, to your mutexes, they will be checked to ensure they are only locked consistently with that order. This then means that you cannot have deadlocks in your program. Deadlocks only can happen when mutexes are acquired in opposite order. If you only allow one order. That said, this is a runtime check, which means if some branch of code is not exercised, if some, like, if statement might have a problem that we don't see. You could imagine making a meta program that tries to expand this to static checks. This isn't possible in all cases, but it may be possible in most cases. Okay. Now what? Okay, we're going to want to make some threads. We're going to say A is a thread and B is a thread, and we're going to init those and do some things with them. Let's make some mutexes. Mutex fruit, right, and mutex vegetables. Those are mutexes. Okay. So, oh, you know what? I realized in the change list, we don't tell people where this is for more information. C, modules, thread, examples, mutex order for an example of how, for an example. Okay. What's the difference between module and program parameters? Rewind to the beginning of the VOD. We covered that extensively in the beginning. Okay. So we want to initialize these mutex chocolate mutex I don't know. Let's just try with 3, and that's probably not enough. Okay, so we want to init the mutex. or init mutex fruits and 1, 2, 3. Okay. In order to introduce mutex ordering, well, in order to use order checking, we assign an order in init. We can also assign a debug name, which helps us know what the problem was when we detect an error. Okay, here we go. Init mutex fruit, veggies, chocolate. Okay. Actually, we probably don't need threads, honestly. So, like, that just overcomplicates the example. So, it is only legal to lock these mutexes in descending order. So this is fine. Okay. So let's see if that even works. Actually, and then we can say, by the way, it is a common pattern to use defer to do scoped locking, which is why we put the braces in that previous example. Okay, example because you can convert it to, here we go. Which is much nicer in procedures with many return points, or just generally to make sure you don't forget the unlock. Okay. 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 Wait. Here we got a here's the module parameters definition with no. Oh. Whoops. Okay. No check-in. We need a better error here. That is a bug that people are going to make, but we will finish the example. We wanted this. Okay. Procedure call did not. Oh. Wait, what? I didn't change the Windows version, guys. Okay. Here we go. There we go. And then we're just going to paste this for now. Yeah. Okay. Great. Outer name. Okay, we also didn't do that. Squeeze me. Oh, right. I literally didn't put that. Shows you how much I tested this. Okay, that straight up crashed. So let's see what's going on there. Examples are modules, thread examples, mutex order. If you turn debug off, will the mutex init compile without change? Yes. I didn't initialize my vegetables and chocolate. What? Oh no! That's a travesty. Thank you for pointing that out. Copy, whoops, copy pasta error. There we go. There we go. Okay. The following thing would be illegal. Let's see if it checks for us. Because chocolate must always be locked before vegetables. So if instead we do this, there we go. Now, right now we just do an assertion failed. We probably want to print a nicer error. Honestly. Because assertion failed. We could generate a message to pass to assertion failed, but like we probably want to output several lines of stuff. Have I seen that it looks like C might be getting a defer mechanism? I mean, great, but like, holy shit. C's from 1970, guys. Yeah, we should Okay. What's so bad about being from 1970 anyways? Well, it's actually not really from 1970 because C got a heavy workover through the early 80s. Like the C from 1970 is fucking unusable by modern standards and nobody would ever program in it, right? It's ANSI C that is more reasonable. C changed a lot between, well, not a lot, but like substantially. C99, I don't even pay attention. I don't know what's the difference between ANSI C and C99. Okay. Okay, so chocolate must always be locked before vegetables, everybody. Life lessons for you. So, yeah. Okay. Okay. The problem is, actually, okay, we don't really care about that one necessarily, right? Because it's this 478. It's going to be this one is the error that people are going to see. So the thing that I'm thinking is we actually need more tracking in the context. Because, okay, so if the current order is equal to the order, that's probably okay if you're relocking the same mutex that was already locked. We don't exactly know if it's the same mutex. Like, we don't want to impose constraints like you can't value copy your mutex or whatever, right? So we don't want to take the address of the mutex itself. But we could take the critical section inside it, which is a little bit goofball, but we will do that. So let's just say, okay, if t.current order not equal to -1, check the order. If we are the same mutex that holds blocking the same mutex twice in a row, that is fine. Otherwise, it's illegal. Else, else if t.current order is less than order, totally illegal. All right. We're just going to make sure this works. Log error. Attempt to lock mutex is out of order. Where's the logging? Where did I put the logging? We did this on stream. All right. Print. Oh, yeah. No, not that. So we just say log. Yes. Okay. Let's just say OK is false. Actually, OK is true. And here it's OK is false. All right. And if we're not OK, we're going to just put the error message down here. Attempt to lock mutex. Let's just make sure that log error. Oh, that's, do we not? Oh, yeah. Okay. Attempt to lock mutex is out of order. And then we want to generate some strings. Okay, so we're going to have current C section, current mutex ID is going to be type of mutex.c section. Okay. All right. I'm just going to line these up a little bit. It's kind of messy still, but whatever. Okay, so current mutex ID gets set there, and when we unlock, outer C section, right, and then outer okay. Okay. Current C section is not a member of mutex tracking. Wait, what? Oh, current mutex ID. Okay, great. So now, let's put some new lines in here. I'm a big fan of new lines. Okay, so we're just breaking it up. And then we'll put another one down here. Okay, so so we attempt to lock mutexes out of order. Now we just want to tell people, oh, actually, yeah, let's put in our check. Anyway. Okay. So this is really a lot of lines of code for what I would like to be a simple check. Like we could collapse these into something smaller. Okay. I mean, I guess it's not that bad. It's just I would like it to be a more compact, more simple little thing. Should you feel bad for not being too good at solving data structure problems? I don't know that feeling bad is necessary, but you should know that it's important to be able to fluidly manipulate data structures in order to write significant software. And so you should try to get better at it. Feeling bad is not necessarily helpful to getting better. So that's why I don't recommend it necessarily. It's just a natural state in the process of learning to program, right? Okay. So attempt to lock mutex is out of order. Let me just, Yeah, see, if I just put all this stuff on a mutex tracking struct, the problem is, okay. Let's actually do this for a minute. Per OS critical section type. Let's just do that instead of using type of. Okay, so that's a pthread mutex, and then this is just one of these. Okay, and the reason I was doing that was so that the mutex tracking is not tangled with this. So we could put I mean, honestly, well, no, we can't do that. I mean, why don't we just have mutex tracking be the whole mutex? Just frickin' copy it by value. Oh, because on the mutex we want to store the outer? My brain is getting entangled here a little bit. Okay, so mutex tracking. What I want to do is just not have a bunch of field copies here, right? So there's some data that we want to put. Okay, actually, hold on. This can go here. And rather than keep a stack, we actually store it back on the mutex, which I think is probably fine. Like, I kind of want to say put all these things in the mutex and then just have other mutex. That's a recursive struct definition. I almost wish you could say, it just doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Anyway. Well, also we want the definition to change. We only want some of them. Like this, we want whether we're in debug or not, right? Okay. So we're initialized. We have a string. We have what order we're in. We have outer string. We have outer order. We have outer C-section. And yeah. So this is, yeah. We're just going to keep it the way it is. Why think that hard over something that is, let's put this comment up here. This will make much more sense. Okay. So, how bad did I break it? A little bit. Current mutex ID did not match. Current mutex ID. How are those different? Given RTL critical section, that's right. What is C section? Did I just not? Oh, right. So C section is the thing. I mean, that's the same. It's the same. Maybe we can't. Oh, because it's a struct. It's a frickin' struct, isn't it? Oh boy, it's actually, okay. I assumed that this was like a handle behind the scenes, but it's actually quite large. I mean, we could just do it by name. That's bad if you don't set the name. Like, the only reason I'm trying to use this is to have a unique I guess if you lock this thing, you can't move it. So we could take the address of it. Like that. Right? Something like that. I got too many files juggling. Okay, so current mutex ID outer C section. Oh, we need that too. Outer C section is a pointer. All right. So t.current mutex ID is address of C section. Okay. Which is what we're passing anyway. I probably need to change a couple more things. Nope. All right. Okay. Great. Attempt to lock mutex is out of order. This is what we wanted for people who just tuned in. We're doing this intentionally to have it fail. So that's great. Now we just want to say, we could just do log print. So we're going to print more information in a minute, like the source code location and stuff, but like outer name, outer order, right? We tried to lock this at order this. Must strictly decrease. So this is invalid. You are invalid. Log print. There's no log print. Is it just log? Yeah, it's log. Okay. Well, we had already locked whatever at order -1. Okay, that's not good. We tried to lock chocolate at order 3. What are you talking about? Okay, so we just didn't, right. Okay, these aren't set because these are only set down here. Duh. T dot current name and T dot current order. All right. There we go. Well, we had already locked veggies at order 2. We tried to lock chocolate at order 3. Lock order must strictly decrease. So this is invalid. Great. Is it hash file? Dude, I don't know my own programming language. Okay. So if you want to go debug it, it's like, okay, that's where the error is. Well, I guess we're going to assert false anyway, so we don't actually need that. But what we do want is we want to print the source location of name order loc.fully paths file name loc.line number. Okay, so we're going to print that. We tried to lock chocolate at order 3 in mutex order 106. Let's go to that file, line 106. Boom. Yes, okay. So while we had already locked veggies at order 2, from some file in line, t dot, are we not saving that? T dot, oh, current order set by. All right. That's some long variable names. There we go. So we had locked veggies here. We tried to lock chocolate here. Order must decrease. Thumbs up. Now we want this example to actually compile successfully. We have it in an if 0 so that it doesn't run and cause the program to abort, but you can change it to if 1 and see it happen. All right, so here we can at least run this as an automated test and make sure the rest works. But then you put if 1 there, and then it does it. Okay. The exception to the strictly decreasing order rule is we let you relock the same mutex multiple times in succession. This just makes certain kinds of code, some kinds of code, easier to write. Okay, so example. Actually, let's not do defers. Actually happens down in a function we're calling. Okay, so let's make sure that works. Hey, great. So then the last thing to say is recall that mutex water did not set its order checking, thus it is unordered with respect to all other mutexes, and you can make deadlocks with it. Okay, so here we're going to say mutex water will not have an order. We will not give mutex water an order, so it defaults to -1, meaning not checked. Okay, so that's going to be water. Okay. mutex, great. Okay. Still good, still good. Now, mutex water, we're going to make actually, you know what? Let's do the full thing. Doing water stuff. Doing vegetables. Wait, what? Oh. We didn't like restore the state correctly somehow down here. This double lock then unlock left fruit in the thing. How did that happen? Oh, because, oh no. This might be extra messy to handle. Oh my God. Okay, we're going to comment this out for a minute. The problem is that we actually store this on the mutex. So if you overdo it twice, okay, hold on. Let's just not worry about that for a minute. Glad we tested this. Okay, so here we're going to do this. Okay. So here we're just going to do, whoops, this and that. Okay. There we go. Okay, what do I do about this other thing, guys? Because the problem is we only have one slot to store the thing. So we could say, oh, if you lock the same mutex again, just ignore. But then when you unlock it the first time, you'll be putting back the other thing. And then when you unlock it the second time, you're really sad. So like now I have to have an extra like redundant mutex counter that lets people relock the same thing. What a annoying. Should it be a stack? Where are you going to store the stack? I mean, I guess we could store it. It's like now you have to get memory from somewhere. Like, it's not necessarily simpler. Like, especially in threaded code, when you're locking a mutex, you don't want to like get memory from somewhere. The cloud. I'll get memory from Mighty in the middle of this function. You thought this was static? Oh, no. This is runtime. This is runtime. You could do a static analysis version of this, but yeah. Make it a stack of mutex. Make what a stack of mutex? The thing on context, the problem is, where do you get the memory for that? Semaphore? No. The worst thing you can do when someone wants to debug their synchronization primitives is start turning on a bunch of other random synchronization primitives. Like, we don't want that. Okay, so let me turn this back on. This is good that we tested this before. I mean, it's always good to test things before sending the value to the people. Have a linked list like outer pointer mutex on mute. What? How do you have a linked list without getting memory to put the linked list? It doesn't matter if you don't make, okay. Clearly I can do this, right? Two locks in a row. I could do 100 locks in a row. And when I unlock 100 of them, I have to know on the 100th that it's the, like, how do you do that without having an arbitrary amount of storage? Like, whether it's a pointer to another mutex or whatever doesn't matter. It's that it's stored on the mutex, right? And see, this is like, I want this to be as simple as possible so that people don't feel intimidated by it when they go look at the source code. But like, sometimes you have to have some extra if statements, right? To handle things. That's annoying. Can't you just disable deadlocking? Oh, God. So we're not implementing mutexes right now. We're implementing checking on top of operating system level mutexes. The operating system probably does have a counter, but we're not using it and like checking that appropriately. So like, we're adding another counter in debug. Since the mutex is locked, how do you know the mutex is locked? Why is it okay to lock the mutex twice? Because it sucks if you can't do that. Like, that is like some open source shit to do, is to say, oh, you just can't lock the mutex twice. Can I phrase that differently? No, I mean, you can go back and watch the VOD where we explain it. Not in a spin lock. Am I going to start banning fucking people here? What? Never mind. I'm going to stop reading chat. I'm going to stop reading chat. It's going to be great. I'm just going to not read chat. And I'm just going to implement the thing. And I'm going to be sad about the complexity. Okay. Okay. Dang it, bro. So if they're equal, and the problem is, now down here, we actually want to do that. Whoops. Ooh, noob mistake. Okay, so okay. Dude, this is getting to be a huge freaking check function. Oh my gosh. Okay, so all right, so when we unlock, I don't know. Right? I feel like I forgot something. Well, I guess that worked. Okay, maybe I didn't forget something. Let's go make sure. Okay, what if I give water a 1 as well? So then we should die down here, right? So we already had locked water at order 1. We tried to lock veggies at order 2. So this is invalid. Yep, that's great. I just wanted to make sure. right? 163, 169. Let's see. 163, 169. Great. I guess that worked. I just kind of typed some stuff about a redundancy counter, and then it kind of happened to work, so that's great. Isn't the web mostly about waiting for I/O anyway between servers? Only if you are sucky and slow. Why do you think that's what the web is? How long does it take a packet to get through a data center? Less than 1 millisecond. Way less than 1 millisecond. All right. Is it possible to make second lock a no-op? That's not what we're doing. We're not implementing locking right now. And like that's actually what we did was we made it a no-op around the checks. So can I lock chat? Yes. Okay. I mean, if you were implementing locking, how would you make the second lock a no-op and ensure that the correct number of unlocks eventually unlocks it? You would add a counter, just like we put just now. Could the tracking code before entering the critical section be a problem sometimes? That is a good question. It's a very good question. So here's the thing. We look at context.mutex tracking, right? This is a per thread data structure. So other threads should not be messing with it. Now you could somehow make that happen by like passing the pointer to it to another thread, but that's like, how do we say it? Like, it's not like, I guess not technically illegal in the language, but it's like all bets are off if you do that. It's supposed to be the place where threads can do things in a thread local way. So all these T dot and whatever are thread local. Now, okay, the problem is, yes, we are not thread safe here. It's true. Because the problem is these things, it's not really the checking against this or the local variables. It's this part and this part. Now the problem is, okay, this all is fixed if we just put the enter critical section at the top, because then we're locked. The reason I didn't do that initially was because if you actually deadlock in a noob program as your first thing, we kind of would want to give you the deadlock report, right? As opposed to just silently deadlocking, and like it's trying to be friendly to new users, right? So the problem is, oh, you know what? We can't store this data on the mutex, guys. What? I'm being an idiot, honestly. The data cannot be stored on the mutex because if the mutex is a global variable, then multiple threads will be using it legitimately. Wait, except that no, because we only store it when you have it locked. So actually, no. Actually, it's fine. But yeah. So the problem is, if a total noob makes, we can do this, and that solves that problem. But if a total noob makes a deadlock, we're not helping them. But that's maybe the easy problem to solve. The hard problem to solve is, like you have a deadlock that isn't, like a deadlock that's 100% guaranteed is not a hard problem to solve because you just break in the debugger and you see what you did. The thing that's hard is like, well, we have a deadlock if the timing is wrong, but we don't necessarily deadlock most of the time, and then you would see this error. I don't know. So this actually should solve that problem. So we take the mutex first, and then we do the checking, and down here we do the checking and then release the mutex, right? So that should eliminate the possibility of problemos. Isn't the mutex shared between threads? Sure, but you could only one thread can lock the mutex at a time. That's the definition of locking a mutex. So even though the mutex is shared between threads, as long as this stuff is inside the lock, you can't have a race condition on it. You're not sure you understand why the context reading wasn't thread safe? No, that wasn't the problem. The problem isn't the context reading. The problem is these things are variables on the mutex itself. And so if you set them before taking the critical section, right, and two threads try to take the critical section at the same time, one of them will overwrite the values that the other one wrote, and then sleep. And then when it wakes up, when one of them wakes up, those values will be wrong. So that is that. I didn't block anyone. All right. Could you have a separate critical section just for the lock function? I mean, you don't want to really introduce a global synchronization like that. Like you would like people to be able to, okay. So if you look at this, it's like, all right, if you turn on this checking, it's doing some extra work, right? And that's why you want to be able to turn it off, is so your release build doesn't do all this stuff. But this is at least just regular CPU kind of work, right? As soon as you add an extra like critical section that you take for this function, you're like changing the behavior of the program in a bigger way. And I would prefer not to do that. It seemed like I was hesitant to lock before the checking. Could I lock between the checking and the setting? I mean, maybe. I'm just going to note that as a possibility. Like you could put one, you would have to duplicate this code, but that's not that bad since it's 2 lines, right? This will grow to more than 2 lines as we support more operating systems is the problem. And like whatever, maybe it'll end up being a call to a inline function instead. But you could put it here, right? Actually, no, you can't. Because the problem is like we're reading some local variables of mutex here and stuff. And if we do that while somebody else it's not obvious. It's complicated and not obvious. So I'm just going to say, okay, so we take the lock before setting any of our checking variables that are stored on mutex, race conditions. The irony here is that if a newbie makes a 100% deadlock, they won't see the deadlock assertion below because it won't have a chance to run because of the deadlock. But you will see this in the actual difficult to debug case of in between the check and the setting of all the outer star values, but not totally. Okay, anyway. Wow, that's a lot more code than I thought it would be. But you know what? It's value. It is value that we are delivering to the people. Record the locking order into a lock-free queue. Where do you get the memory for the lock-free queue? Like all these ideas that you guys are saying require memory. Could you live with the limitations if you'd implement the lock to implicitly defer the unlock? I don't know what you're asking. Did you like literally not see what we're doing here? I don't know what you mean by implicitly defer though. That doesn't, I don't get it. I put March instead of May. Do I not know what time it is? I feel like it's March. Don't I need an outer redundant counter? Well, why? What's that for? Because we're not overriding the outer information. That's the point. The outer information stores, like redundant counter is always 0 on the outer. Oh, wait. Yes. Actually, no. Saying it's always 0 is not correct. But we don't... I mean, I guess we could test that. But the counter would stay incremented on the outer mutex. Let's test it. My theory is it's fine. That's a good question, though, actually. My theory is it's fine. Okay, so the problem is we did like fruit here. So let's do this again, but we'll do it inside another one that's like can we have chocolate water? Okay. Vegetables. We're going to do vegetables on the outer. I'm just going to lock that 4 times. We're going to get crazy. 4. And we're going to unlock it 4 times. But not till after this, right? Okay, we've got too many braces. So we go 4 veggies, 3 fruits, 3 unfruits, 4 unveggies, right? Now the thing is, we don't really test the unlocks, ordering, and that. Anyway. Okay, so that works fine so far. I think, because we at least know that we didn't like leave a turd down here. Like if I leave one of these, actually, like if I delete a mutex fruit, that probably, no? Maybe we're not detecting everything that we need to detect. Maybe, like what happens... What happens if we just do this? I mean, that's not really what we're trying to detect. So maybe it's fine, but we don't detect that you unlocked. Do we want to detect that? Because you are like changing the order of the things. Like, okay, if I just don't unlock fruit, but what if I unlock in a different order? I feel like we should catch that. I feel like I kind of want to break, but we're so close to done here. Okay, so when we unlock, we put I'm not sure. Oh, I guess, okay, when we unlock the first one, when we unlock veggies, it's going to be 2. Why does this assertion not go off on the unlock of fruit? Oh, because outer on veggies is -1. So when we unlock veggies, we actually put -1, and then that. So here's the thing: if I put a chocolate around this, then it'll work, I think. And the reason is because, whoops, yeah, then it detects it. The reason is because now when I unlock vegetables, it says chocolate is the current lock. So when we unlock fruit, I'm comparing it against chocolate. But when chocolate isn't here, there's no outer one. Is that something that I want to deal with? I want a drink of water. That's what I. Okay. I mean, I guess we could save an additional piece of information, which is like, what is the priority of the thing that just unlocked? Right? Except that's not quite right. Because when you're the last thing to unlock, when nothing is locked, then you could start locking at any priority. So it's like fine, right? So how do I differentiate between those two cases? I'm actually not sure. Am I being dumb, everybody? Is it easy to tell the difference between I mean, we could keep an ordinal of like how many locks are there? And if it's 0, that just it's even more complexity that I kind of don't want, right? But maybe I have to do that? You're going to DigiPen. I do not know anything about DigiPen. I cannot tell you anything useful about DigiPen. I simply don't know. Is it wrong to change that assert to equals? This one? Yes, that is wrong. Well, actually, hold on. No, maybe it's supposed to be equals. Right, because if you're unlocking things in order, you really should be unlocking yourself, right? So actually, no, the simple thing is actually this. Like, okay, right? Okay, so 548, assertion failed. We could put a nicer message on that, I think. Okay, although, hold on. That looks like it fired a lot earlier than I expected. That fired here? Question mark? Shouldn't we just put this out here anyway? Because redundant lock counter. Okay, so it's like line 143. Oh no, it's in the right place. For some reason I thought it was earlier, but these aren't printing anything, which is why I was confused. Okay, no, this is correct. This is fine. This is correct, right? I was being dumb before when I was so confused. Sometimes programming is like that. So let's just make a message here. Let's make this into an official case. Actually, we don't need the chocolate anymore. That'll catch still. Yep. Okay, so if your mutex is ordered, we check to make sure that its unlock is not swapped with the unlock of any other ordered mutex. For example, the following will be caught if you change the if 0 to a 1. Okay. So if 0, boom. Okay. And then if 1, boom. Okay, great. Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. I don't know why I did that check the way I did. I just wasn't thinking that clearly about it. Yeah. Does removing the outer chocolate still, I mean, it is gone. Oh, you must have asked that before I did that. Okay. This is all very good. In fact, the code maybe got a little simpler instead of more complicated, and we like that. So, now what? We make the nicer message. We say, if it's not equal, attempt to unlock mutex is out of order while we were unlocking this mutex, we saw the most recently locked okay. Okay. Right? Okay. So we go back to here and we say if 1. There we go. While we were unlocking fruit, line 186, we saw that the most recently, we should maybe put the location of the unlock, right? So the 188, actually, wait, what? No, this isn't right. I'm printing the wrong frickin' things. While we were unlocking the current frickin' thing. How is this the opposite order? While we, oh, okay, yeah. Bleh. Bleh. Okay, so while we were unlocking veggies, we saw the most recently locked mutex was fruit. Yeah, okay, that's correct. Okay. That might be enough. Or did I design multi-threading differently? Not really. Like I think I would change the APIs to the threading primitives a fair bit, but I wouldn't change the model. Like the model of multi-threading is fine. Lock 2, lock 2, lock 1, unlock 2, unlock 1. No, that's not safe. It's not okay to do that. Like I know what you're saying because, hey, it's just decrementing the counter. It's not actually doing the mutex, but actually we don't want to allow that. Like we want to, the whole point of this system is to keep strict order among locks, right? Like this system, okay, so keeping strict order among locks does not necessarily let you do everything that you want to do. We're not trying to cover everything that you might use mutexes for. We're covering like, hey, this is like a safe ordered form of mutex that you can use. If you choose to use it, you are choosing to comply with certain constraints. So, and we want those constraints to be simple so people can understand them. Okay, so let's put mutex order in the tests. That's great. And we'll do a release compile. I'm getting hungry. I want to go get lunch. Oops. So this is good. I think we're very close to delivering the value to the people. I could do it right this second, but I kind of want to get food. So we had an SDL test. Is it working? Yes. So that's something that someone on the team did a long time ago. So if I go to the SDL module, examples, SDL test. Oh, well, SDL2.dll, fucking DLL hell, which is why you shouldn't use any of this stuff. Where do we store the DLL? All right, so examples SDL test. All right, I guess we just open a window. That's not that exciting. But yeah, it's literally just opens a window. Oh, but it does it. Okay, it'll close when I hit escape. Ta-da. Okay, great. Never deliver value while hungry. I agree. Yeah, we have some other stuff. So the ImGUI test, the Dear ImGUI, let's look at that one, because that one actually does some things. Maybe it's just a port of the standard Dear ImGUI test. Oh. I guess we copied the DLL here so we could run this. So this is the Dear ImGUI test, right? Yeah, this looks like just something that was ported straight over. Oh, and this also uses SDL. So anyway. My computer doesn't cost 10 grand. I mean, I'm not Summit 1G. Who do you think I am here? Okay. I'm going to get lunch and, so delivering value to the people. The next step would involve testing on Linux and all that, and I don't want to do that till later. So we're just going to commit and end the stream and come back and do that some other time. Wait. I didn't add the example. It's not committing the frickin'... Hold on. Bruh. There's a no I knew it as I was hitting that. I was like, wait. Oh, yeah, okay. That's also a thing to do. So we did this one, but this did not produce a good error. So I'm going to put that before we deliver the value to the people. There's another one. Oh, we did that. Great. Great. So I want to do this after lunch. I want to make sure Linux works for some definition of works, and then do things. Mr. Streamer, what are my thoughts for lunch? I want to drive to the East Bay where it's sunny, maybe, and get some good food. But, okay, thanks everybody for coming by. This was good times. We can see, we haven't raided anyone in a while, so we could have a fun raid time. Making the thing. Oh, Dead Mouse is there. Doggy Daycare is the most popular. Look at all the science and technology happening in that stream right there. That's amazing. It's so much science. We rated Dead Mouse before, so we can't do that. We need to go down the list and find someone doing something interesting, which is not always possible. VFX polishing. That could be fun. I mean, it might not really have programming happening, but maybe it will. Oh, 1 lives left is there. Oh, he's playing a card game. That's not science and technology. Would I raid someone writing a C++ compiler in Rust? Probably not. That seems like the worst idea ever. I don't know why anyone would ever do that. Dynamic World CRPG.
It's jagged, so if I draw the same one here, you see that I've stepped from one row to the next, as well as from one column to the next. So I think this is actually quite simple. It's just that I have to figure out exactly how to write the calculation. So this being here, you might think, so let's calculate that. Here it looks, it's 1, 2, 3.
I kind of don't know what the video is for.
1, 2, 3 tiles above, so to speak, or it looks like that, or rows above, sorry. Let's count here. So this is the...
All right. We will raid this channel, and I'll see you all later on. Thanks for coming by.